shine bright. I woke up at 6 in the morning as usual, not because I wanted to, but because with age my sleep had become light and fitful. At 65, I had learned to live with this, as with many other things. I lay there for another 5 minutes gathering my thoughts, and then, careful not to disturb my aching joints, I sat up on the edge of the bed. My bed, in my room, in my apartment. Although at times it seemed that none of it belonged to me anymore. Outside the window, Hayward was just waking up. The quiet neighborhood of Southgate, where I had lived most of my life, was still slumbering in the morning haze. From here, I could see a stretch of highway where the first cars were already crawling toward Oakland and San Francisco. Once my Edwards car was among them, every morning for 32 years. And then he was gone and everything changed. I threw on my robe and quietly left the room. The apartment had 3 rooms, but it was spacious, almost 120 square meters. Edward and I bought it back in the 80s when prices in California weren't so crazy. Then we added a second floor and built a patio. So many plans, so many hopes, and now this house has turned into a battlefield where I am the losing side. The kitchen was clean. I always washed the dishes before going to bed, no matter how tired I felt. Old habits die hard for an emergency room nurse. Order is paramount, especially when chaos reigns around you. I put the kettle on and took out my only joy, a box of Ceylon tea that I bought at a small shop near my former workplace. Darla, my sister-in-law, only drank coffee from capsules and wrinkled her nose when I brewed tea. While the water was boiling, I prepared the batter for pancakes. Terrence, my son, had loved them since childhood, and despite everything, I continued to make them every Saturday. Perhaps it was my way of trying to hold on to at least one family tradition, one thread connecting us to the past when we were a real family. The door creaked in the back of the apartment. It was Oliver, my youngest grandson. At 14, he was already taller than me, but skinny and awkward like a foal. His dark hair was always tousled, his eyes hidden behind long bangs, and his headphones seemed to be glued to his ears. "Good morning, Oliver," I smiled at him. "Pancakes will be ready in 15 minutes." He nodded without taking off his headphones and sat down at the kitchen table with his tablet in his hands. I stopped taking his behavior personally a long time ago. At least he didn't snap at me like his older sister Rachel, even though I knew that Oliver was the one who saw and understood everything that was going on in the house better than anyone else. "Mom, have you seen my blue sweater?" Rachel burst into the kitchen, already fully dressed and wearing makeup despite the early hour. At 17, she was a beautiful copy of her mother. The same high cheekbones, the same straight nose, the same chestnut hair. Only her eyes were like Terrence's, brown, soft, inherited from my late husband. "I washed it yesterday, dear. It should be in your closet on the second shelf." "I already looked there," she snapped, but immediately softened. "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm just late for my project group meeting." "On Saturday morning?" I raised my eyebrows in surprise as I flipped the pancake. "Veterinary classes, remember? We're doing a project on treating stray animals." I nodded, remembering. Rachel had dreamed of becoming a veterinarian ever since Edward gave her a book about wild animals for her 10th birthday. She was very determined. "Look in the laundry basket in the bathroom," I suggested. "I might have forgotten to hang it up." She rushed off and returned a minute later with the sweater she was looking for. "Thanks, Mom. You're the best," she said, kissing me on the cheek and grabbing a pancake straight from the pan. "This is so good." "Marlene!" Darla's sharp voice made me jump. She never called me Mom or even by my first and middle names. Just Marlene, as if we were the same age or colleagues. "Did you move my things in the bathroom again?" My sister-in-law stood in the doorway with her hands on her hips. At 39, she looked good, slim, fit, with perfect posture. A manager at a self-service laundry. She always dressed as if she were going to a job interview at a large corporation. Strict pants, blouses, minimal jewelry. Her blonde hair was pulled back into a tight bun that accentuated her sharp features. "I just wiped down the shelves, Darla. All your jars are where you left them." "I can't find my hand cream," she squinted. "The one Terrence gave me for our anniversary." "Maybe it's in the bedroom," I suggested cautiously, continuing to flip the pancakes. "I always keep it in the bathroom," she snapped. "In the right drawer, where all my other things are, the ones you're always moving around." Oliver snorted softly behind me, his eyes glued to his tablet. Rachel rolled her eyes. Mom, I saw your cream on your nightstand, she said, stuffing the last piece of pancake into her mouth. I've got to go, I'm late. Darla pursed her lips, saying no thank you to either her daughter or me. She simply turned and left, leaving behind a trail of expensive perfume and unspoken complaints. I placed the finished pancakes on a large plate and set it on the table next to the maple syrup, another family tradition. Terrence appeared just as I was finishing washing the pan. 42 years old, with a receding hairline and a small belly, he still looked like the little boy I used to carry in my arms, my only son, my pride and my pain. Good morning, Mom, he yawned, stretching. Pancakes? You're a miracle. At moments like this, I wanted to believe that all was not lost, that my boy was still there, inside this tired, spineless man who let his wife rule his mother's house. Your father used to say that Saturday without pancakes wasn't Saturday. I smiled, pouring him a cup of coffee. Terrence nodded without looking up. We both knew he didn't like me talking about Edward. It made me feel awkward, reminding me of how much things had changed since his death 5 years ago. Darla returned to the kitchen, holding the cream in her hands demonstratively. It was on the nightstand, just like Rachel said, she said, glancing at me briefly. Next time, Marlene, don't touch my things, okay? Everyone needs their personal space. I nodded silently, though I wanted to say so much, that my personal space had long been violated, that this apartment was my property, for which I was still paying the mortgage, that I had let them move in after Terrence was laid off from his previous job, thinking it would be temporary, a year at most, until they got back on their feet. But 3 years had passed. Instead, I poured myself some more tea and walked over to the window. From the 8th floor, there was a view of the city, the distant hills, and, on a clear day, even the bay. Today, the sky was covered with a light haze, a typical California morning. Mom, Darla, and I are going to Roy's birthday party tonight, Terrence said, chewing a pancake and washing it down with coffee. Will you stay with the kids? It wasn't a question. It was a statement. As always. They never asked if it was convenient for me or if I had plans. They just presented me with a fait accompli. Sure, I said, turning to him with a smile. I've got a new book I wanted to read in peace. Great, Darla said, taking a yogurt out of the refrigerator. By the way, I noticed you used my shampoo again. The French one. I asked you not to touch it, Marlene. It's expensive, and I buy it especially for my hair. I hadn't touched her shampoo. I had my own regular one from the supermarket, but there was no point in arguing. I'm sorry, Darla, I won't do it again. She nodded as if accepting the apology of a vassal and sat down at the table next to her husband. They began discussing their plans for the evening, completely ignoring me. I finished my tea, put the cup in the dishwasher, and left the kitchen, feeling relieved that I could return to my room. As I passed Oliver's room, I heard soft. He had returned to his room right after breakfast. The door was ajar, and I peeked inside. My grandson was sitting at his computer, completely absorbed in some game. His thin shoulders were tense, his fingers moving quickly across the keyboard. Oliver, would you like to go for a walk today? The weather is nice. He turned around, taking off his headphones for a second. I can't, Grandma. I have an online tournament. It's a team game. I can't let the guys down. I understand, I smiled. Another time then. He nodded and put his headphones back on. We used to go to the park together a lot. I would show him different plants and tell him stories from my work in the ambulance. But over the last year, he had become more and
Hindi ko makaano. Sino nag-Google?
standing just around the corner in my own hallway, didn't know I'd come back from the garden early because the sprinklers had started. But I heard every syllable, every disgusted inflection, and felt something inside me crystallize into something harder than I'd ever been before. Before we jump back in, tell us where you're tuning in from, and if this story touches you, make sure you're subscribed, because tomorrow, I've saved something extra special for you. My name is Marge Hughes, and at 68 years old, I thought I'd seen every flavor of cruelty life had to offer. I was wrong. Sometimes the sharpest cuts come from the people who share your dinner table, who sleep under the roof you've helped provide, who smile at you while planning your humiliation behind closed doors. What Jessica didn't realize when she made that comment about my scent was that she'd just declared war on a woman who had spent 4 decades building businesses, raising children, and surviving losses that would have broken weaker people. She saw an aging woman in a floral cardigan who grew herbs and baked cookies. What she didn't see was the steel spine that had carried me through a husband's early death, 2 difficult pregnancies, and the challenge of raising my son Derek as a single mother while building a catering company. The house we were standing in that Tuesday afternoon in September wasn't just any house. It was the Victorian mansion on Maple Street that I bought and renovated myself, the one where I'd hosted countless family dinners, birthday parties, and holiday celebrations. The same house where Derek had brought Jessica 3 years ago, introducing her as his girlfriend, stars in his eyes and hope in his voice. The same house where they'd gotten engaged in my rose garden, where I'd thrown an engagement party that cost me more than some people's cars, where I'd welcomed her with open arms and an open heart. Standing in that hallway, invisible and forgotten, I realized that my generosity had been mistaken for weakness, my kindness for stupidity. Jessica had been living in my guest wing for 8 months now, ever since Derek had asked if he could stay while they saved for their own place. 8 months of free housing, free utilities, free meals whenever they wanted them. 8 months of me doing their laundry, cleaning their mess, and listening to Jessica complain about everything from the water pressure to the thread count of the sheets I bought specifically for their comfort. I backed away silently, my garden clogs making no sound on the hardwood floors I'd replenished myself. In the kitchen, I set down my basket of fresh herbs and stood at the sink, staring out at the garden where late summer flowers still bloomed in defiant bursts of color. My hands were shaking slightly, not from age or weakness, but from a rage so pure it felt like electricity in my veins. I thought about all the times I bit my tongue when Jessica made little comments about my cooking being too heavy, my decorating being outdated, my music being too loud. I thought about how she'd rolled her eyes when I'd suggested family game nights, how she'd sighed dramatically whenever I shared stories about Derek's childhood, how she'd made it clear that my presence in my own home was somehow an inconvenience to her. The lavender scent she'd mocked so cruelly came from the sachets I made myself, dried flowers from my own garden sewn into little silk pouches and tucked into my dresser drawers. It was the same lavender my mother had grown, the same scent that had comforted Derek through nightmares as a child, the same fragrance that reminded me of peaceful evenings and simple pleasures. To Jessica, it was just another thing about me that didn't meet her standards, another sign that I was old and irrelevant and in her way. But what Jessica didn't know, what she couldn't have known because she'd never bothered to really look at me or listen to my stories, was that underneath the floral cardigans and gentle demeanor was a woman who had built a successful business from scratch. Hughes Catering had started in this very kitchen 30 years ago when Derek was just 10 years old and I was a newly widowed mother desperate to support us both. What began as making sandwiches for office meetings had grown into a company that catered corporate events, weddings, and private parties throughout the county. I'd sold it 5 years ago for a sum that had set me up comfortably for life, but I'd kept the client list, the vendor relationships, and most importantly, the reputation I'd spent decades building. Derek found me in the kitchen 20 minutes later, his face flushed with embarrassment. He'd clearly had words with Jessica, probably told her what she'd said was inappropriate, probably asked her to apologize. He was a good man, my son, raised to respect his elders and treat people with kindness. But he was also deeply in love with a woman who had been twisted around her perfectly manicured finger, and I could see in his eyes that he was torn between loyalty to me and peace with her. Mom, he started, his voice careful and measured. Jessica wants to talk to you. She feels really bad about what she said. I dried my hands on a dish towel, taking my time, letting the silence stretch between us. I'm sure she does, I said finally, my voice steady and calm. I'm sure she feels terrible that she got caught. Derek winced. She didn't mean it the way it sounded. She's been stressed about work, and you know how she gets when she's overwhelmed. There it was, the excuse I'd been hearing for months. Jessica's job at the marketing firm was demanding. Jessica was tired. Jessica was under pressure. Everything was Jessica's stress, and Jessica's needs and Jessica's feelings, while mine seemed to matter less and less in my own home. I looked at my son, this man I'd raised, thoughtful and caring, and wondered when he'd started making excuses for cruelty. Derek, I said quietly, I need you to really think about what you just said to me. Your girlfriend insulted me in my own home, made fun of the way I smell, called me nauseating, and your response is to explain why her behavior is understandable. His face crumpled slightly. That's not what I meant. Isn't it? I folded the dish towel precisely, placed it on the counter with deliberate care. When was the last time you defended me to her? When was the last time you told her that disrespecting your mother wasn't acceptable, stress or no stress? He couldn't answer, and that silence told me everything I needed to know. Jessica appeared in the doorway then, her blonde hair perfectly styled despite it being the middle of the afternoon, her makeup flawless, her expression carefully arranged into something that might have passed for remorse if I hadn't known better. She was wearing one of the designer dresses I'd noticed in their room, something that probably cost more than most people spent on groceries in a month. For someone who was supposedly saving money to move out, she certainly didn't dress like it. Mrs. Hughes, she began, and even her apology started with a formality that felt like a small slap. After 3 years, I was still Mrs. Hughes, not Marge. Certainly not Mom, like Derek had hoped she'd eventually call me. I owe you an enormous apology. What I said was completely inappropriate and hurtful, and I'm truly sorry. The words were perfectly crafted, the kind of apology someone gives when they've been coached through it. But her eyes held no real regret, just irritation that she'd been caught, and was now required to perform this little scene of contrition. I'd seen that look before, in business meetings where someone had to back down, but resented every moment of it. Thank you for the apology, I said, matching her formal tone. I accepted. Jessica brightened, clearly thinking the matter was settled, but I wasn't finished. I think this is probably a good time for us to discuss some changes around here, I continued, watching both their faces carefully. You've been staying in the guest wing for 8 months now, and I think we all agree that arrangement was meant to be temporary. Derek shifted uncomfortably. Mom, we're still saving. The housing market is crazy right now, and I understand, I interrupted gently, which is why I'm giving you 60 days to find alternative arrangements. The silence that followed was deafening. Jessica's perfectly applied mask slipped for just a moment, revealing something sharp and calculating underneath. Derek looked stunned, like I'd slapped him. Mom, you can't be serious, he said. We're family. Yes, we are, I agreed, and family doesn't insult each other in their own homes. Family doesn't take advantage of generosity and then mock the person providing it. Family treats each other with respect. Jessica's voice, when she finally found it, was tight with controlled anger. So one mistake and you're throwing us out? That seems pretty harsh for someone who claims to care about family. There it was, the real Jessica, the one who thought she could manipulate me with guilt and emotional blackmail, the one who'd been doing exactly that for months, making me feel like I was the problem for wanting respect in my own home. One mistake, I repeated slowly. Jessica, this isn't about one comment. This is about 8 months of disrespect. 8 months of taking advantage of my hospitality. 8 months of making it clear that you consider my presence in my own home an inconvenience. That's not true, she protested, but her voice lacked conviction. Isn't it? When was the last time you thanked me for doing your laundry? When was the last time you offered to help with dinner, instead of complaining about what I was making? When was the last time you spoke to me like I was a person you respected instead of an obligation you had to tolerate? Derek was looking between us like a tennis match, his loyalty clearly divided. Mom, maybe we're all just stressed and No, I said firmly. Don't you dare minimize this or make it about stress. This is about how your girlfriend treats your mother and how you've been letting it happen because it's easier than dealing with her attitude. The conversation deteriorated from there, with Derek pleading for more time and Jessica oscillating between fake apologies and barely concealed hostility, but I held firm. 60 days. They could find somewhere else to live, and maybe with some distance between us we could rebuild whatever relationship was salvageable. That night, after they'd retreated to their wing of the house with whispered arguments I could hear through the walls, I sat in my study and pulled out a leather-bound notebook I'd kept for years. It was where I recorded important conversations, business dealings, anything that might matter later. I'd started the habit during my catering days, when details could make or break a contract, and I'd never stopped. Now I wrote down everything that happened, every word I could remember, the date and time. I had a feeling I might beat that record. I also started paying attention in ways I hadn't before. Over the next few days, I noticed things that had been happening right under my nose. Jessica's online shopping deliveries arriving daily, always when I was out of the house. Derek's credit card statements lying open on their dresser when I was putting away their clean laundry, showing charges for restaurants I'd never heard of while they claimed to be saving money. The way Jessica talked on the phone to her friends about the old lady, and how she couldn't wait to get out of this museum. But the real revelation came a week later when I was coming back from the grocery store and heard Jessica on the phone in the garden, her voice carrying clearly through the open kitchen window. She was talking to someone about their finances, complaining about how slowly they were saving money, how Derek's mother was being unreasonable about the timeline for them moving out. Honestly, Sarah, she's being such a bitch about everything, Jessica was saying, her voice full of venom. Like, sorry, I don't want to smell like mothballs and old lady perfume when I'm 32 years old. God, the way she hovers around this place like she owns it. She does own it, came a voice from the phone, tinny but audible. Whatever. Derek says we should just wait her out. She's old. How much longer can she really last? Then this place will be ours anyway, and I can finally do something with it, instead of living in this floral nightmare. My blood turned to ice in my veins. Wait me out. Wait for me to die so they can inherit my house. I stood frozen in my own driveway, groceries heavy in my hands, listening to this woman discuss my death like it was a business transaction. Listening to her talk about my home like it was already hers. My life like it was an inconvenience, standing between her and what she wanted. That night, I called my lawyer. Margaret Chin had been handling my legal affairs for 15 years, ever since I'd sold Fuse Catering, and needed someone to help me navigate the complexities of my new financial situation. She was sharp, thorough, and had no patience for people who tried to take advantage of her clients. When I told her what had been happening, what I'd overheard, she was quiet for a long moment. Marge, she said finally, I need to ask you something, and I want you to think carefully before you answer. Do you have a will? Of course I do. Derek inherits everything, including the house. Have you discussed this with Derek? Does he know the contents of the will? I thought about it. We've talked about it generally. He knows he's my heir, but we've never gone through the specifics. And Jessica? Does she know? The question hit me like a physical blow. I don't know. I assumed Derek might have mentioned it, but we've never discussed it directly. Marge, I think we need to consider the possibility that Jessica knows exactly what she stands to gain by waiting you out, as she put it. And I think we need to consider what that means for your safety and well-being. The word safety hung in the air between us like a threat. I've been thinking about Jessica as selfish and disrespectful, but I hadn't considered that she might be something more dangerous than that. I hadn't considered that someone who saw my death as a financial opportunity might be willing to help that opportunity along. What do you recommend? I asked. First, we revise your will immediately. I'm going to draft something that protects you and makes it very clear that any attempt to harm or coerce you will result in immediate disinheritance. Second, we're going to have a conversation with Derek, make sure he understands what's at stake here. And third, we're going to make some changes to your living situation that ensure your safety. I spent the rest of that night lying awake, staring at the ceiling and thinking about the woman sleeping down the hall who had been discussing my death like a real estate transaction. Thinking about my son, who loved her so much he couldn't see what she really was. Thinking about the home I'd built with my own hands being turned into something unrecognizable by someone who despised everything I'd created. By morning, I had a plan. It wasn't just about getting Jessica out of my house anymore. It was about protecting everything I'd worked for, everything I'd built, everything I'd planned to leave to my son. It was about making sure that when I did eventually pass away, it would be on my own terms, in my own time, with my legacy intact. Jessica wanted to wait me out. She wanted to inherit my life's work. I was about to show her exactly what that inheritance would look like in the hands of someone who truly understood its value. And by the time I was finished, she'd realized that insulting my scent had been the most expensive mistake of her entitled life.
Preparing and narrating this story took us a lot of time, so if you are enjoying it, subscribe to our channel. It means a lot to us. Now, back to the story.
The next morning, I woke up with a clarity I hadn't felt in months. Jessica's comment about my smell had been cruel, but her phone conversation about waiting for my death had been revealing in ways she couldn't have imagined. She'd shown me exactly who she was underneath the polite mask she wore to my face, and now I could respond accordingly. I made coffee, fed my cats, and sat down at my kitchen table with my laptop and a legal pad. I'd spent 40 years building businesses and solving problems, and this was just another problem that needed a strategic solution. By the time Derek and Jessica emerged from their wing of the house, I had the framework of a plan that would change everything. Derek found me in the garden around here, pulling weeds from the herb beds that Jessica found so offensive. He looked tired, older somehow, and I felt a pang of sympathy for him. He was caught in the middle of something he didn't fully understand, torn between love for his mother and infatuation with a woman who was using him for her own purposes. "Mom," he said, settling down on the garden bench beside where I was working. "Can we talk?" I brushed the dirt off my hands and sat back on my heels. Of course. I've been thinking about what you said
Ang
yesterday
diet guys
about the 60 days.
Pero walang sugar. Ay, walang
I think
sugar.
maybe
Walang
you're
rice
right.
yan.
We've overstayed our welcome.
Ano to,
But I
inihaw na
hope we
bangos.
can work
Yung
something
leftover na boneless.
What kind of
Okay?
something?
And then barbecue.
He
And then
hesitated, and I
sausage.
could see him choosing his words carefully. Jessica's
Kain
been
mo na
looking at
ako.
apartments,
Midnight
but everything
snack.
decent is so expensive. We were wondering if maybe we could work out some kind of rental agreement with you. Pay you market rate for the guest wing, make it official. There it was. They wanted to formalize their takeover of my space, turn my generosity into a business transaction that would give them tenant rights and make it harder for me to ask them to leave. I wondered if this was Jessica's idea, or if Derek had come up with it himself. How much market rate are we talking about? I asked. We were thinking maybe $800 a month. That would include utilities and parking, and we'd obviously help more with household expenses. $800 a month for a space that would rent for at least $1,500 anywhere else in town. For utilities alone, they were costing me more than that. It was a lowball offer disguised as a compromise, another way for them to take advantage of my willingness to help family. "Derek," I said gently, "do you know what the guest wing would rent for on the open market?" He looked uncomfortable. "I don't know. We haven't really looked into it." "I have. I looked this morning. A comparable space in this neighborhood would rent for at least $1,500 a month, not including utilities. You're offering me about half of what I could get from strangers, and you want me to treat you like tenants instead of family." His face fell. I didn't realize the market rate was that high. There's a lot you don't realize, Derek. About market rates, about property values, about what it costs to maintain a house this size. I stood up, brushing dirt from my knees, but mostly about what your girlfriend really thinks of me and this arrangement. What do you mean? I could have told him about the phone conversation I'd overheard, about Jessica's casual discussion of waiting for my death, but something held me back. Derek was already struggling with divided loyalties, and I wanted him to come to his own conclusions about Jessica's character, rather than feeling forced to choose between us based on accusations he might not believe. I mean that in 8 months of living here, she's never once thanked me for anything I've done for you both. She's never offered to help with anything beyond the bare minimum. She complains about my cooking, my decorating, my lifestyle choices, but she's happy to benefit from all of it as long as it's free. Derek was quiet for a long moment. She's not used to this kind of arrangement. Her family is different. How so? More formal, I guess. More independent. They don't do the big family dinners or holidays like we do. It was an excuse, and we both knew it. Politeness and gratitude weren't cultural differences, they were basic human decency. But Derek was so deep in his rationalization of Jessica's behavior that he couldn't see it clearly anymore. Derek, I love you more than anything in this world, I said. You're my son, my greatest achievement, and I want you to be happy. But I won't let anyone, including someone you love, treat me with disrespect in my own home. He nodded slowly. I understand. And I'll talk to Jessica again about being more considerate. No, I said firmly. Don't talk to her about being more considerate. Don't manage her behavior or make excuses for her. Either she respects me on her own, or she doesn't. Either she's grateful for our help, or she isn't. But I'm done pretending that her attitude is acceptable, just to keep the peace. That afternoon, while Derek was at work and Jessica was at the spa spending money they supposedly didn't have, I drove to Margaret Chen's office. She prepared the documents I requested, and we spent an hour going through every detail, every contingency, every possible scenario I might need to protect myself and my assets. The new will was comprehensive and brutal in its clarity. Derek could still inherit everything, but only if he was unmarried at the time of my death, or if his spouse met certain behavioral and financial criteria. If he was married to someone who had demonstrated financial irresponsibility, disrespect toward me, or attempts to manipulate the inheritance, the entire estate would go to charity instead. This is a nuclear option, Margaret warned me. Are you sure you want to go this route? I'm sure, I said. If Derek marries someone who truly loves him and respects our family, they'll have nothing to worry about. But if he marries someone who's just waiting for me to die, so she can get her hands on my assets, then she deserves to get exactly nothing. We also set up a trust that would provide Derek with a modest monthly allowance if the inheritance went to charity. Enough to live comfortably, but not enough to maintain the lifestyle Jessica was clearly expecting. It was harsh, but it was also fair. I'd worked too hard and sacrificed too much to let my life's work be squandered by someone who saw me as an obstacle rather than a person. The next step was more subtle, but equally important. I called Rachel Morrison, the most successful real estate agent in town and an old friend from my catering days. I'd done her daughter's wedding 5 years ago, and we'd stayed in touch. Marge, she said when I called, how wonderful to hear from you. What can I do for you? I'm thinking about downsizing. I lied smoothly. The house is getting too big for me, and I'm wondering what it might be worth in today's market. Oh, that gorgeous Victorian on Maple. Honey, that place would be worth a fortune. Location, condition, character. You've got everything buyers want right now. Would you like me to come by and give you a proper assessment? That would be wonderful. When would be convenient? We scheduled the appointment for the following Tuesday, when I knew Derek would be at work and Jessica would be at her yoga class. I wasn't planning to sell the house, but I wanted Jessica to think I might be. I wanted her to worry that her inheritance might disappear before she could get her hands on it. But first, I had a more immediate problem to solve. That evening, Jessica cornered me in the kitchen while I was preparing dinner. She'd clearly been thinking about our conversation from the day before, and she'd worked herself up into what she probably thought was a persuasive state. Mrs. Hughes, she began, using that formal address that always felt like a small insult. I wanted to talk to you about Derek's suggestion yesterday, about us paying rent for the guest room. What about it? Well, I think it's a great idea, actually. It would give us all more structure, more boundaries, and it would help you out financially, which I know must be a concern at your age. At my age. As if I were some doddering old woman living on Social Security, instead of someone who'd built and sold a successful business. As if she were doing me a favor by offering to pay me half of what my space was worth. Financial concerns aren't really an issue for me, I said mildly, continuing to chop vegetables for the stir-fry. But I appreciate your consideration. Her smile faltered slightly. Of course not. I just meant that extra income is always helpful, right? And this way we could be more independent, not rely on your generosity so much. Jessica, can I ask you something? Sure. Do you like living here? The question seemed to catch her off guard. What do you mean? I mean exactly what I asked. Do you enjoy living in this house? Do you feel comfortable here? Do you like the neighborhood? The space? The arrangement we have? She hesitated just a moment too long. Of course I do. It's a beautiful house. But do you like living here? With me? Another pause. You've been very generous, Mrs. Hughes. That's not what I asked. I set down my knife and turned to face her fully. I asked if you like living here. It's
Yes.
a simple question. Her mask was
Huh?
stiff, and I could see the calculation behind her eyes.
Okay.
She was trying to figure out what answer I wanted to hear. What would get her what she wanted. I think we all get along very well, she said finally, which wasn't an answer at all. Jessica, I'm going to be very direct with you. You don't like living here. You don't like me. You don't like my house. You don't like my lifestyle. And you don't respect me as a person. You've made that abundantly clear over the past 8 months. That's not... Let me finish. My voice was calm but firm. You tolerate living here because it's free and convenient. You tolerate me because I'm Derek's mother. And you have to. But you don't like any of it. And you never have. She opened her mouth to protest, but I held up a hand. Here's what I don't understand. If you dislike the situation so much, if you find my presence so unpleasant, why are you fighting so hard to stay? Why are you trying to formalize an arrangement that makes you miserable? For a moment, her careful facade cracked in fume, and I saw something raw and desperate underneath. Because we can't afford anywhere else that's decent, she snapped. Because rent in this town is insane, and Derek doesn't make enough money to support the lifestyle I'm used to. Because this is our best option right now, even if it's not ideal. There it was, the truth, finally. Not love for Derek or appreciation for my help, but simple financial calculation. I was a means to an end, a temporary inconvenience she was willing to endure for the sake of her comfort and her long-term plans. Thank you, I said quietly. I appreciate your honesty. She seemed to realize what she'd revealed, and the mask snapped back into place. I didn't mean it like that. I'm grateful for everything you've done, really. I just meant... I know exactly what you meant. I turned back to my vegetables. The 60 days stands, Jessica. You have until November 1st to find other arrangements. She left the kitchen without another word, and I heard her stomping up the stairs to the guest wing with more force than necessary. A few minutes later, I heard raised voices through the ceiling as she and Derek argued about something. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was clear enough. Jessica was angry, Derek was defensive, and neither of them was happy with me. Good. I was tired of being the only one uncomfortable in my own home. That night, I called my old friend Helen, who lived in a retirement community about an hour away. We'd worked together for years when she was an event planner, and I was building my catering business, and we'd stayed close even after we both retired. Marge, darling, she said when she heard my voice. How are you? How's that handsome son of yours? That's actually what I'm calling about, I said. I need some advice, and you're the most sensible person I know. I told her everything. The 8 months of disrespect, the comment about my smell, the over phone conversation about waiting for my death, Jessica's admission that she was only staying for financial reasons. Helen listened without interrupting, making little sounds of sympathy and outrage at all the right moments. Oh, honey, she said when I was finished. You're dealing with a real piece of work there. I've seen her type before. Young, pretty, entitled, and absolutely ruthless when it comes to getting what she wants. What would you do? Exactly what you're doing. Get her out of your house before she does something that can't be undone. And Marge, I'd watch my back if I were you. A woman who talks casually about waiting for someone to die isn't someone I'd want to be alone with. Her words echoed what Margaret had said about my safety, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. I'd been thinking of Jessica as selfish and manipulative, but I hadn't really considered that she might be dangerous. Now, alone in my house with 2 people who stood to gain everything from my death, I realized how vulnerable I actually was. I spent up that night making lists. Emergency contacts, important documents, backup plans. I also started paying attention to things I'd previously ignored. How often Jessica was alone in my kitchen when I wasn't home. How she started asking questions about my health, my medications, my doctor's appointments. How she volunteered to help with my grocery shopping and meal preparation, offers I'd turned down because I enjoyed doing those things myself. Have those offers been genuine attempts to help, or something more sinister? I didn't know, but I wasn't willing to take chances anymore. The next morning, I made another call I'd been putting off. Dr. Patricia Vance had been my physician for 20 years, and she'd become more friend than doctor over time. When I explained my concerns, she took them seriously. Marge, I think you're wise to be cautious, she said. I want you to come in for a complete physical, blood work, the whole 9 yards. And I want you to start keeping a health journal. Any symptoms, any changes in how you feel, anything unusual. If someone is trying to harm you, we need to document everything. The appointment was scheduled for the following week, but she also gave me some immediate advice. Change the locks on my bedroom and home office. Install a security system if I didn't already have one. Keep important documents in a safe deposit box. Tell trusted friends about my concerns so someone would know to investigate if anything happened to me. It felt paranoid and dramatic, but it also felt necessary. I'd spent too many years building a life I loved to let someone else destroy it through manipulation, or worse. Tuesday morning arrived with the crisp clarity that only comes with making a difficult decision. I woke before dawn, made my coffee, and sat in my sunroom watching the sky lighten over my garden. In 3 hours, Rachel Morrison would be here to assess my house, and by the time she left, Jessica would understand that her comfortable little world was about to shift in ways she couldn't control. I dressed carefully that morning, choosing a navy blue blazer and pearls, the kind of outfit I'd worn to business meetings back when I was building Hughes Catering into something that mattered. I wanted to look like what I was, a successful woman making strategic decisions about her assets, not a confused elderly person who could be manipulated or dismissed. Derek had already left for work by the time I finished my second cup of coffee. He'd been quieter than usual at breakfast, clearly still processing our conversation from the day before, and whatever arguments he'd been having with Jessica behind closed doors. I'd heard them talking in low, intense voices until well past midnight, and this morning Jessica hadn't emerged from the guest wing at all. At exactly 9:30, Rachel's silver BMW pulled into my circular driveway. She stepped out with every inch the successful professional she was, carrying a leather portfolio and wearing the kind of confident smile that had made her the top real estate agent in our county 3 years running. I met her at the front door, and her eyes lit up as she took in the Victorian's restored facade. Marge, this place is even more stunning than I remembered, she said, giving me a warm hug. You've done incredible work maintaining the period details while modernizing everything that matters. We spent the next hour walking through every room while Rachel took down some photographs. She admired the restored hardwood floors, the updated kitchen that still maintained its vintage charm, the way I'd converted the old servants' quarters into a luxurious guest wing without destroying the historical integrity of the space. Her enthusiasm was genuine, and her expertise was evident in the questions she asked about recent improvements, utility costs, and maintenance schedules. The location alone makes this extraordinary, she said, as we stood in the front parlor looking out at the tree-lined street. Victorian mansions in the historic district don't come on the market often, and when they do, they sell fast, especially one that's been maintained like this. What do you think it would be worth? I asked, though I already had a good idea from my own research. Rachel consulted her notes and pulled out a tablet to show me recent comparable sales. Conservatively, $850,000. Realistically, in this market, with the right marketing, you could probably get over $1 million. Maybe significantly over, depending on how many buyers we attract. $1 million. The number hung in the air between us like a revelation. I'd known the house had appreciated considerably since I bought and renovated it 30 years ago, but hearing the actual figure still took my breath away. It also made Jessica's casual comments about waiting for my death take on an even more sinister quality. She wasn't just waiting to inherit a nice house, she was waiting to inherit a fortune. Of course, course, Rachel continued. I'd recommend some strategic staging and maybe a few minor updates to maximize the appeal. Nothing major, just some contemporary touches that would help buyers envision themselves here. Such as fresh paint in some of the bedrooms, maybe update the lighting fixtures in the dining room, possibly redesign the master bathroom with more modern finishes. Small investments that would pay for themselves several times over in the final sale price. I nodded thoughtfully. And how long would something like this take to sell? With this market? With this property? Probably 30 to 60 days once it's listed. Maybe less if we price it right and get some competitive bidding going. We were just finishing up when I heard a car door slam in the driveway. Through the front window, I could see Jessica getting out of her white Lexus, the one Derek made payments on that cost more per month than most people's rent. She was dressed for yoga in expensive athletic wear. Her hair pulled back in a perfectly messy bun that probably took 20 minutes to achieve. She looked relaxed and confident, which told me she had no idea what was happening inside her temporary home. Is that your daughter-in-law? Rachel asked, following my gaze. Yes. She and my son have been staying in the guest wing while they saved for their own place. Rachel's expression shifted slightly, the kind of subtle change that comes from years of dealing with complicated family real estate situations. How do they feel about you potentially selling? They don't know yet, I said simply. This is just a preliminary assessment. Jessica came through the front door using her key, calling out a casual hello that suggested she expected the house to be empty. When she saw Rachel and me standing in the parlor with documents spread across my antique coffee table, she stopped short. Oh, she said, her yoga-mellowed expression quickly shifting to something more alert. I didn't realize you had company. Jessica, I'd like you to meet Rachel Morrison. Rachel, this is Jessica, my son's girlfriend. Rachel extended her hand with professional warmth. Nice to meet you, Jessica. I was just giving Mrs. Hughes a market assessment of her beautiful home. I watched Jessica's face carefully as the words market assessment registered. The polite smile she'd arranged for a stranger faltered slightly, and I saw her eyes dart to the papers on the table, trying to read the contents upside down. Market assessment? She repeated, her voice carefully neutral. I'm a real estate agent, Rachel explained. Mrs. Hughes is thinking about downsizing, and she wanted to know what her options might be. The color drained from Jessica's face so quickly, I thought she might actually faint. Downsizing? It's just exploratory, I said mildly. This house is really too big for one person, and I'm getting to an age where I need to think practically about my living situation. Jessica's mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air. I could practically see the calculations racing through her mind, all her carefully laid plans crumbling as she realized that the inheritance she'd been counting on might disappear before she could claim it. But where would you go? She managed to ask. There are some lovely retirement communities in the area, Rachel said helpfully. Active adult communities with golf courses, social activities, maintenance-free living. Many of my clients find them quite appealing once they're ready to simplify their lives. Jessica looked like she was going to be sick. But this house has been in the family for so long. Actually, I only bought it 30 years ago, I corrected gently. After my husband died and I needed to start over. It served its purpose beautifully, but I'm starting to think it might be time for another new beginning. Rachel began gathering her papers, sensing the tension in the room, even if she didn't understand its source. Mrs. Hughes, thank you so much for the tour. You have my card, and when you're ready to move forward, just give me a call. I think you could do something really special with this property. After Rachel left, Jessica stood in the parlor like a statue, staring at the space where the real estate documents had been. I busied myself straightening cushions and watering plants, letting the silence stretch until she finally found her voice. You're really thinking about selling? She asked, and there was something desperate lurking beneath the careful casualness of her tone. I'm thinking about a lot of things, I said. At my age, it's important to plan ahead, don't you think? But Derek, what does Derek think about this? I haven't discussed it with Derek yet. This is my house, Jessica. My decision. She flinched at the emphasis on the possessive pronouns, finally understanding what I'd been trying to tell her for months. This wasn't her home, or even Derek's home. It was mine, and I could do whatever I wanted with it. Mrs. Hughes, she began, then stopped and started again. Marge, can I call you Marge? You can call me whatever feels comfortable, I said, though we both knew it was far too late for fake intimacy. Marge, I think maybe we got off on the wrong foot yesterday. I was having a bad day, and I said some things I didn't mean, but I really don't want my personal issues to affect your relationship with Derek or your decisions about your home. It was a more sophisticated manipulation than I'd expected from her, acknowledging fault while positioning herself as someone who cared about my well-being rather than her own interests. But I'd had 40 years of dealing with people who wanted something from me, and I could smell this kind of calculated charm from a mile away. That's very thoughtful of you, I said, but my decision about potentially selling has nothing to do with our conversation yesterday. It's about what's best for me at this stage of my life. But surely Derek's opinion matters to you? I mean, he grew up in this house. It must have sentimental value for him. There it was, the guilt trip wrapped in concern for my son's feelings. Jessica was trying to weaponize Derek's emotional attachment to the house, using his childhood memories as leverage to keep me from making decisions that would hurt her financially. Derek's happiness is very important to me, I agreed. Which is why I want to make sure that when I do pass away someday, I leave him with assets that are liquid and manageable, rather than a huge old house that requires constant maintenance and enormous property taxes. Jessica's face went pale again. She was starting to understand that my death wouldn't automatically solve her problems the way she'd assumed. If I sold the house and moved into a retirement community, Derek would inherit money instead of property, and money could be spent or invested in ways that didn't include supporting Jessica's lifestyle. I just think it would be such a shame to see this beautiful house go to strangers, she said weakly. Houses are meant to be lived in and loved, I replied. If I'm not here to love it properly anymore, then it deserves to go to someone who will. Derek came home that evening to find Jessica in full crisis mode. She'd spent the afternoon calling her friends, researching real estate law, and apparently working herself into a state of panic that bordered on hysteria. I could hear them arguing in the guest wing before Derek even had a chance to take off his work clothes. You didn't tell me your mother was thinking about selling the house. Jessica's voice carried clearly through the walls, pitched high with accusation and fear. What are you talking about? Derek sounded exhausted and confused. She had a real estate agent here today. A market assessment. She's planning to sell and move into some old people's home. There was a pause, and I could imagine Derek trying to process this information, trying to figure out how his world had shifted so dramatically while he was at work. That doesn't make sense, he said finally. Mom loves this house. She's never mentioned wanting to move. Well, she's mentioning it now. And do you have any idea what this means for us? For our future? Derek's voice dropped, probably as he realized I might be able to hear their conversation. I couldn't make out his words, but Jessica's response was clear enough. I don't care if she can hear me. This affects us too, Derek. We've been planning our lives around certain expectations. Expectations. That was one way to describe the assumption that my death would solve all their financial problems. 20 minutes later, Derek knocked on my bedroom door. I was sitting at my bed,
Oo.
removing my
Si
jewelry
ate mo
and
na
getting
kung
ready
meron
for
kang
bed.
pera sa
And when I told
Gcash.
him to come in, he looked like a man who'd aged 10 years in a single afternoon.
Wala daw siyang
Mom,
pera, walang
Jessica
pang
said you're
laundry.
thinking about selling the house. I am thinking about it.
Binigyan ka ba ni Papa Go?
Meeting his eyes in the air.
Wala pa siyang sahod, wala pang
But as
pera
a
yun na.
future possibility. But why? You love this
Sa
place.
28 pa
You
yun.
put so much work into it. I turned to face him fully.
Kaya nga,
I'm
mag-ano siya
68
dun.
years old. I live alone in a 4-bedroom house with more space than I need and more maintenance than I want to deal with forever. At some point, it makes sense to simplify. But you're not that old. You're healthy. You're active. Why are you even thinking about this now? Because your girlfriend is planning to inherit my life's work and turn it into her personal playground while erasing every trace of what I built here. I thought he didn't say. Because planning ahead is smart, I said instead. Because I want to make decisions about my life while I'm still healthy and capable, rather than waiting until I'm forced to make them. Derek sat heavily in the chair beside my vanity. Is this about what Jessica said about the smell comment? Because she feels terrible about that, Mom. She's been beating herself up about it all day. I studied my son's face, seeing the man I'd raised, but also seeing the ways Jessica had changed him. He was still kind, still thoughtful, but there was a desperation in his eyes now, a fear of losing things he started to take for granted. Derek, let me ask you something. Do you want to inherit this house someday? The question caught him off guard. I don't like thinking about it, about you not being here. But if something happened to me tomorrow, would you want to keep this house and live in it? He was quiet for a long moment. I don't know. It's so big, and the upkeep. I'm not sure I can afford the property taxes on my salary. What about Jessica? Would she want to live here? Another pause, longer this time. She's mentioned that she'd like to redecorate if we ever... I mean, she has different tastes than you do. Redecorate. Such a gentle word for what Jessica actually had planned, which was erasing every trace of my presence and turning my home into something unrecognizable. Derek, I want you to understand something. Whatever I decide to do with this house, it will be what I think is best for you in the long run. Not what's most convenient for you right now, but what will actually serve your best interests over time. I trust your judgment, Mom. I always have. Good, because I need you to trust me now, even if my decisions don't make sense to you at first. He nodded, though I could see the worry in his eyes. Can I ask you not to make any big decisions without talking to me first? Not because I want to control what you do, but because I want to understand your thinking. Of course, I agreed. But Derek, I also need you to understand that Jessica's comfort and preferences can't be factors in my decision-making anymore. This is my home and my life, and I have to do what's right for me. He winced, but nodded. I understand. After we left, I called Margaret Chen's emergency line. It was late, but this couldn't wait until morning. Marge? She answered on the second ring. What's wrong? I need to accelerate our timeline, I said. I had a real estate agent here today, and Jessica's reaction confirmed everything we suspected about her motivations. She's panicking because she realizes her inheritance might not be as guaranteed as she thought. What do you need me to do? I want the new will executed tomorrow, and I want to have a conversation with Derek about his inheritance before Jessica has time to work on him. Are you sure? Once we put the new terms in place, there's no going back without starting the whole process over. I'm sure. Jessica showed her true colors today, and I'm not willing to wait any longer to protect my assets. Margaret was quiet for a moment. Marge, I have to ask, are you doing this because you're angry, or because you genuinely believe it's the right thing to do? It was a fair question, and I considered it carefully before answering. Both, I said finally. I'm angry because I've been disrespected and taken advantage of, but I'm also genuinely concerned about what will happen to everything I've built if it goes to someone who doesn't value it or understand what it represents. Then we'll do it. Can you be here at 9 tomorrow morning? I'll be there. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about Derek's face when he'd asked me not to make big decisions without talking to me first, about the trust in his voice when he'd said he understood my judgment. He was a good man who'd fallen in love with the wrong woman, and I was about to potentially cost him everything to protect him from his own poor choices. But I also thought about Jessica's desperate expression when she realized her comfortable assumptions might be wrong, about her casual discussion of waiting for my death, about her comment that Derek should just wait me out, because I couldn't last much longer anyway. Some people might call what I was doing cruel or manipulative. But I'd spent 4 decades building something meaningful, and I wasn't going to let it be destroyed by someone who saw it as nothing more than a convenient stepping stone to the lifestyle she felt entitled to. The next morning, I arrived at Margaret's office with a thermos of coffee and a clear head. The new will was 23 pages of carefully crafted legal language that would protect Derek from his own worst impulses, while ensuring that anyone who tried to manipulate the situation would get exactly what they deserved. Are you ready for this? Margaret asked as she prepared the notarization materials. I've been ready since the moment I heard her talking about waiting for me to die, I said. Let's do it. The signing took less than 30 minutes, but it changed everything. Derek would still inherit my estate, but only if he was either unmarried or married to someone who met specific criteria related to financial responsibility and respect for family. If he married Jessica or anyone like her, everything would go to the children's hospital where I'd volunteered for 15 years. It wasn't a decision I'd made lightly, but it was one I was completely at peace with. Derek deserved better than Jessica, and maybe this would help him see that. And if it didn't, if he chose her anyway, then at least my life's work would go to children who needed it, rather than a woman who would squander it. What's next? Margaret asked as I tucked my copy of the will into my purse. Now I told Derek about the changes, not the specific terms, but the fact that his inheritance isn't as simple as he might have assumed. And Jessica? Jessica will figure out that the plans aren't as secure as she thought, and then we'll see what she's really made of. I drove home slowly, taking the long way through downtown and past the park where I used to take Derek when he was small. I thought about all the decisions that had led me to this moment, all the times I'd chosen kindness over self-protection, generosity over caution. I didn't regret those choices, but I was done making them at my own expense. Jessica's car was gone when I got home, but Derek's was in the driveway. I found him in the kitchen, making coffee with the expensive machine I'd bought for their comfort, staring out the window at the garden like it held answers to questions he didn't know how to ask. We need to talk, I said, and he turned to me with the expression of a man who'd been dreading this conversation all morning. Mom, before you say anything, I want you to know that I support whatever decision you make about the house. If you want to sell it and move somewhere smaller, I understand. That's not what we need to talk about, I said, pouring myself a cup of coffee and sitting across from him at the kitchen table. We need to talk about your inheritance. His face went pale. What about it? Derek, you're 34 years old, and we've never had a serious conversation about what happens to my assets when I die. I think it's time we change that. Mom, I don't want to talk about you dying. I know you don't, but we're going to anyway, because there are things you need to understand. I spent the next hour explaining the new will in general terms. I told him that his inheritance was contingent on certain factors related to his judgment and the person he might choose to marry. I explained that I'd worked too hard to build my assets to see them wasted by someone who didn't understand their value. Derek listened in stunned silence, and when I was finished, he sat back in his chair like I'd physically struck him. You're saying that if I marry Jessica, I lose my inheritance? I'm saying that if you marry someone who demonstrates financial irresponsibility, disrespect for family, or attempts to manipulate the inheritance for their own benefit, then yes, the estate will go to charity instead. But that's manipulative, Mom. You're trying to control who I marry. No, Derek. I'm protecting what I've built from people who would destroy it. If Jessica truly loves you, if she truly wants what's best for our family, then she has nothing to worry about. And if she doesn't meet your standards, then she's not the right person for you anyway, and you'll be better off without her. Derek stood up abruptly, pacing to the window and back. This is because of what she said about your smell, isn't it? You're punishing her for one stupid comment. This is because I heard her on the phone talking about waiting for me to die so she could inherit this house. This is because she admitted to me yesterday that she only tolerates living here because it's convenient, and she can't afford the lifestyle she wants on your salary alone. Derek stopped pacing. She said that? She said exactly that. She told me that you should just wait me out because I couldn't last much longer anyway. The color drained from Derek's face completely. She didn't. She wouldn't. She did. And Derek, anyone who talks about your mother's death like it's a business opportunity isn't someone you should be planning a future with. He sank back into his chair, putting his head in his hands. I don't know what to think anymore. Think about what kind of person you want to spend your life with. Think about what kind of values you want to build a marriage on. Think about whether someone who sees your mother as an obstacle to be overcome is really someone you can trust with your heart. We sat in silence for several minutes, Derek processing what I told him, and me watching my son grapple with truths he'd been avoiding for months. Finally, he looked up at me with eyes that were older and sadder than they'd been an hour before. What if you're wrong about her? What if she's just scared and saying things she doesn't mean? Then she has time to prove me wrong. The will doesn't take effect until after I die, which I hope won't be for many years. If Jessica truly changes, if she learns to respect our family and handle money responsibly, then there won't be any problem. And if she doesn't, then you'll have to decide what matters more to you, her or everything I've worked to build for your future. It was harsh, but it was also fair. I'd given Jessica every opportunity to be part of our family with respect and gratitude. She'd chosen manipulation and entitlement instead. Now Derek would have to choose between enabling her behavior or protecting his own future. After Derek left for work, I spent the afternoon in my garden, pulling weeds and deadheading flowers, while I thought about what would happen next. Jessica would come home eventually, and Derek would tell her about our conversation. She would realize that her casual assumptions about inheritance were wrong, that her future wasn't as secure as she believed, and then I would see what she was really capable of. I didn't have to wait long. Jessica's car pulled into the driveway just after 5, and I could hear her heels clicking across the hardwood floors as she went straight to the guest wing. Derek must have called her after our conversation, because 20 minutes later, they were arguing loud enough for me to hear every word through the walls. What do you mean, contingent? Jessica's voice was shrill with panic. What kind of contingencies? She wouldn't give me specifics, Derek said, his voice tired and strained. Just that the inheritance depends on who I marry and how they handle money and family relationships. That's insane. She can't control your life from beyond the grave. Actually, she can. It's her money, Jessica. She can leave it to whoever she wants, with whatever conditions she wants. There was a crash, like something being thrown against the wall. This is all because of that stupid comment I made. I apologize for that. No, it's not just about that. Derek's voice was getting stronger, more certain. She heard you on the phone talking about waiting for her to die. She heard you say I should just wait her out. Silence. Then Jessica's voice, smaller and more careful. I was just venting to a friend. I didn't mean anything by it. You were talking about my mother's death like it was a real estate transaction, Jessica. How am I supposed to feel about that? You're supposed to understand that I was frustrated. I was having a bad day, and I said things I didn't mean. Everyone does that. Do they? Because I've never talked about someone dying so I could get their stuff. I've never thought about my mother's death as a solution to my financial problems. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Another silence, longer this time. When Jessica spoke again, her voice had shifted into the wheedling tone she used when she wanted something. Derek, baby, you have to understand the position I'm in. I gave up my apartment to move in here. I've been putting my life on hold for 8 months, living with your mother, following her rules, pretending to like her cooking and her decorating and her constant hovering. I've been doing all of that because I thought we were building towards something together. We are building towards something, just not what you thought. But this changes everything. If she can just decide I'm not good enough and cut us out of the inheritance, then what's the point? What am I even doing here? There it was, the question that revealed everything. Not what are we doing here, but what am I doing here? Not concerned for Derek's relationship with his mother, or the family they were supposed to be building together, the calculation about what she was getting out of the arrangement. Derek must have heard it too, because when he spoke again, his voice was different. Colder. Is that really what you want to know, Jess? What you're getting out of this? That's not what I meant. It's exactly what you meant. You just told me that you've been pretending to like my mother, pretending to enjoy being here, putting your life on hold for something you thought you were going to get. Not because you love me, not because you want to build a life with me, but because you thought there was going to be a financial payoff. Derek, you're twisting my words. Am I? Because it sounds like you've been treating our entire relationship like an investment opportunity. The argument continued for another hour, voices rising and falling, accusations flying back and forth. But the damage was done. Jessica had revealed the transactional nature of her feelings, and Derek was finally seen clearly. Around 7, I heard Jessica's heels clicking across the floor again, this time toward the front of the house. She appeared in my kitchen doorway, looking like a woman on the edge of a complete breakdown. Her perfect hair was disheveled, her makeup smudged, and her hands were shaking with what looked like rage. "We need to talk," she said, her voice tight with barely controlled emotion. "Of course," I said, setting down my tea and gesturing to the chair across from me. "Please, sit down." She didn't sit. Instead, she stood in the doorway like a predator, deciding whether to attack or retreat. "You think you're so clever, don't you? Manipulating Derek with threats about his inheritance. Trying to break us up because you can't stand the thought of him loving someone more than he loves you." I sipped my tea calmly. "Is that what you think is happening here?" "I know that's what's happening here. You're a bitter old woman who can't accept that your son is an adult with his own life and his own choices." "Jessica, Derek is free to make whatever choices he wants. I'm simply making sure that my life's work goes to someone who will value it appropriately." "Your life's work?" She laughed, a harsh sound with no humor in it. "You mean this house? This outdated museum that smells like old lady perfume and dead flowers?" "I mean everything I've built over the past 40 years. My business, my investments, my property, my savings. Everything I've worked for since I was widowed at 28 and had to start over with nothing." Jessica's expression shifted slightly, and I could see her recalculating. She'd assumed I was just a comfortable widow living off her husband's insurance money, not someone who'd built wealth through her own efforts. "Derek deserves that inheritance," she said finally. "He's your son. Derek will get that inheritance, assuming he makes good choices about his future. Good choices according to you. Good choices according to objective measures of character and responsibility." Jessica's mask finally slipped from her, revealing the rage and desperation underneath. "You can't do this. You can't control people's lives with money. I'm not controlling anyone's life. I'm making decisions about my own assets. Derek can marry whoever he wants, Jessica. But he can't expect me to fund a lifestyle for someone who treats me with contempt and talks about my death like it's a financial opportunity." "I never said that." "You did say that. I heard you. And Derek heard you too now." Jessica stood there for a moment, breathing hard, and I could see her trying to figure out her next move. She'd played her cards badly, revealed too much, pushed too hard. Now she was facing the possibility that everything she'd been counting on might disappear. "This isn't over," she said finally, her voice low and threatening. "No," I agreed. "I don't suppose it is." She turned and stalked out of the kitchen, and 5 minutes later I heard the front door slam and her car start in the driveway. She was gone, but I knew she'd be back. Women like Jessica didn't give up easily, especially when there was $1 billion inheritance at stake. Derek appeared in the kitchen an hour later, looking like a man who'd been through a war. He sat across from me without speaking, and we shared a comfortable silence while he processed everything that had happened. "She's gone to her friend Sarah's house," he said finally. "She said she needs time to think. How do you feel about that?" He was quiet for a long moment. "Relieved, I think. Which probably tells me everything I need to know. Derek, I need you to understand something. I didn't change my will to manipulate you or break up your relationship. I changed it to protect you from making a mistake that would cost you everything." "I know," he said quietly. "And I think maybe I've been making that mistake for a while now." We talked until late that night, really talked, the way we hadn't in months. Derek told me about the doubts he'd been having, the way Jessica had been pressuring him to propose, her increasing demands for expensive things they couldn't afford. He told me about the credit card debt she'd been accumulating, the designer clothes, spa treatments, and restaurant meals that were stretching his budget past the breaking point. "I kept thinking it would get better after we got married," he said. "That she'd settle down and we'd be able to build something stable together." "Derek, people don't change after marriage. They become more of what they already are." He nodded slowly. "I think I knew that. I just didn't want to admit it. That night, I slept better than I had in months. Not because Jessica was gone, though that certainly helped, but because Derek was finally seeing clearly. The inheritance conditions I'd put in place might never come into play, because my son was remembering who he was underneath all of Jessica's manipulation and pressure. But I also knew that Jessica wouldn't give up without a fight. She'd invested too much time and effort into this relationship to walk away quietly, and she'd shown me that she was capable of more than just rudeness and manipulation. The real war was just beginning. Jessica stayed away for 3 days, and those 3 days gave Derek and me a chance to breathe. The house felt lighter without her constant criticism and manufactured drama. Derek came home from work and actually seemed to relax, sitting on the back porch with me while I tended my herb garden, talking about his job and his friends and plans that didn't revolve around managing Jessica's moods or financing her lifestyle. On the third evening, while we were having dinner together for the first time in months, Derek's phone buzzed with a text message. I watched his face change as he read it, the peace we'd been enjoying suddenly replaced by tension. She wants to come back, he said, without looking up from the phone. She says she's sorry and wants to work things out. What do you want to do? Derek set the phone down and rubbed his face with both hands. I don't know. Part of me thinks I should at least hear what she has to say. We've been together for 3 years, Mom. That has to count for something. It counts for whatever it was worth, I said gently. But Derek, 3 years of being with the wrong person doesn't become right just because you've invested time in it. But what if I'm wrong about her? What if she really is sorry and wants to change? I'd seen this before, in business and in life. The moment when someone realizes they've been taken advantage of, followed immediately by the desperate hope that maybe they're wrong, maybe the person who hurt them really does care after all. It was a dangerous kind of hope, the kind that let predators back in for another round. Derek, let me ask you something. In the past 3 years, how many times has Jessica apologized for hurting your feelings or disrespecting you, and then done the exact same thing again a few weeks later? He was quiet for a long moment. More than I want to count. And how many times have you told yourself that this time would be different? This time she really meant it. Every time. His voice was barely above a whisper. People show you who they are, Derek. Jessica has shown you who she is repeatedly. The question is whether you're going to keep believing her words or start trusting her actions. Derek's phone buzzed again. This time he glanced at it and immediately frowned. She's asking if she can come by tomorrow to get some of her things. She says she'll call first. What will you tell her? I guess I'll tell her yes. She does have belongings here, and she has a right to collect them. I nodded, though something about Jessica's sudden politeness made me uneasy. In my experience, when someone who'd been manipulative and demanding suddenly became reasonable and respectful, it usually meant they were planning something. Derek, when she comes by, I think it would be best if you weren't alone with her. You think she'd try to hurt me? I think she's desperate, and desperate people do unpredictable things. I think she's going to try to manipulate you into taking her back, and she'll use every weapon in her arsenal to do it. Derek nodded slowly. Will you be here? If you want me to be. I do. I think I need a witness to whatever she's planning to say. The next morning, Jessica called at exactly 10 o'clock. Her voice was soft and subdued, nothing like the angry woman who stormed out 3 days earlier. She asked if she could come by around noon to collect some clothes and personal items, and Derek agreed. What he didn't tell her was that I would be there too. I spent the morning making a fresh batch of my lavender cookies, the ones Jessica had always complained about being too sweet and too old-fashioned. It was petty, perhaps, but I wanted the house to smell like everything she claimed to despise when she walked through the door. I wanted her to be reminded of exactly what she was giving up in her pursuit of easy money. Derek paced the living room like a caged animal, checking his watch every few minutes and straightening things that didn't need straightening. He was nervous, and I could understand why. This conversation would determine the direction of his life, whether he would choose love or manipulation, respect or convenience. At 12:15, Jessica's white Lexus pulled into the driveway. Through the front window, I could see her sitting in the car for several minutes, checking her makeup in the rearview mirror, and taking deep breaths like someone preparing for a performance. When she finally got out, she was wearing a simple black dress with minimal jewelry, her hair pulled back in a style that made her look younger and more vulnerable than usual. It was a calculated look designed to remind Derek of the woman he'd fallen in love with, rather than the one who systematically disrespected his mother for months. Derek answered the door before she could knock, and I positioned myself in the kitchen, where I could hear everything but remain out of sight unless needed. I wanted Derek to handle this conversation himself, to see what choices he would make when faced with Jessica's best manipulation techniques. "Hi," Jessica said softly, and even from the kitchen I could hear the carefully manufactured vulnerability in her voice. "Thank you for letting me come by. Of course, your things are upstairs." "Derek, could we talk first? Just for a few minutes?" There was a pause, and I could imagine Derek weighing his options, trying to decide whether conversation would help or hurt. "Okay," he said finally. "We can talk." I heard them move into the living room, heard the soft sound of Jessica settling onto the couch where she'd spent so many evenings complaining about my cooking and criticizing my decorating choices. "Derek, I've done a lot of thinking over the past few days," Jessica began, her voice still soft and careful. "About us, about your mother, about the way I've been handling things. And I realize I've made some terrible mistakes." "What kind of mistakes?" "I've been selfish. I've been thinking about what I wanted instead of what was best for our relationship or your family. I said things I didn't mean when I was frustrated, and I know those things hurt you and your mother." It was a good start, I had to admit. She was accepting responsibility without making excuses, acknowledging the impact of her behavior on both Derek and me. If I hadn't heard her real feelings about our family and our home, I might have been impressed by what sounded like genuine self-reflection. "What about the phone call?" Derek asked. "About waiting for my mother to die?" Jessica was quiet for a moment, and I could picture her arranging her expression into something appropriately ashamed. "I was venting to a friend, Derek. I was frustrated and scared, and I said things that were horrible and untrue. I don't want your mother to die. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. I was feeling trapped and overwhelmed, and I lashed out in a way that was completely inappropriate." "Trapped how?" "Living here, feeling like I had to be perfect all the time, worrying that I'd never measure up to your mother's standards. I felt like she was judging everything I did, everything I said, and I started resenting her for it, even though I knew it wasn't fair. It was a masterful response, turning her own bad behavior into something Derek could sympathize with. She was positioning herself as the victim of impossible expectations, rather than someone who'd been consistently disrespectful and entitled. "Jessica, my mother's standards aren't unreasonable. She just wants to be treated with respect in her own home. I know that now. I can see that I was defensive and hostile when I should have been grateful. Your mother opened her home to us, and instead of appreciating that gift, I focused on all the ways it wasn't what I was used to." Derek was quiet, and I could imagine him processing this new version of Jessica, trying to reconcile it with the woman who'd been making his life difficult for months. "What about the inheritance?" he asked finally. "What about what you said about that being the point of all this?" Another pause. "Derek, I was angry and hurt when I said that. I felt like your mother was trying to control our future, and I reacted badly. But I've been thinking about it, and I understand now why she made those changes to her will. You do? She loves you. She wants to protect you from people who might take advantage of you, or waste what she's worked so hard to build. And if I'm honest with myself, I can see why she might think I'm one of those people." I had to hand it to Jessica. She was good at this. She was taking every legitimate criticism of her behavior and reframing it as understandable concern from a protective mother. She was making Derek feel like the reasonable one, while positioning herself as someone who'd simply made mistakes out of love and fear. "So what are you saying?" Derek asked. "I'm saying I want to earn your mother's trust. I want to prove to both of you that I'm not the selfish, manipulative person I've been acting like. I want to show you that I love you for who you are, not for what you might inherit someday. How would you do that? I could move out, get my own place, give us both some space to figure out what we really want. I could pay you back for all the expenses you've covered for me over the past few months. I could apologize to your mother, sincerely this time, and ask her what I could do to make things right." It was a compelling offer, hitting all the right notes. Independence, financial responsibility, respect for family relationships. If Jessica actually followed through on these promises, she might genuinely become the woman Derek deserved. but I'd seen too many manipulators make grand gestures when their backs were against the wall, only to revert to their old patterns once they felt secure again. Jessica, that sounds good in theory, Derek said slowly. But how do I know this isn't just another performance? How do I know you won't go back to the way things were once you think you've convinced me? Because I finally understand what I'm risking if I don't change. Derek, I love you. I don't want to lose you because I was too proud or too stupid to see what I was doing to our relationship. There was emotion in her voice now, and I could hear Derek wavering. He wanted to believe her, wanted to think that the woman he'd fallen in love with was still there underneath all the selfishness and manipulation. I need time to think about this, he said finally. Of course. I'm not asking for an answer right now. I'm just asking for a chance to prove that I can be better. What about your things? I'll come back for them another time if that's okay. I don't want to rush this or make you feel pressured. It was a smart move, leaving without collecting the belongings. It kept the door open for future contact while demonstrating the kind of consideration she'd never shown before. If I hadn't known better, I might have thought she was genuinely changing. I heard them leave toward the front door, heard Jessica's soft goodbye and the sound of her car starting in the driveway. Derek came into the kitchen a few minutes later, looking like a man who'd been hit by an emotional truck. She seemed different, he said, settling into the chair across from me. She did, I agreed carefully. More like the person I thought I was falling in love with. What do you think changed? Derek was quiet for a long moment, maybe realizing that she might actually lose me, maybe understanding that her behavior had consequences. Maybe, I said, or maybe she's just gotten better at telling you what you want to hear. Derek flinched. You really think she was performing? I think desperate people are capable of very convincing performances when they need to be. I think Jessica has shown you who she really is over the past 8 months, and one conversation doesn't erase all of that. But people can change, can't they? People can realize they've been wrong and actually improve. They can, I agree. But real change takes time and consistent action. It's not something that happens overnight because someone gets caught behaving badly. Derek rubbed his temples like he was fighting a headache. I don't know what to believe anymore. Then don't believe anything yet. Watch what she does, not what she says. If Jessica really has changed, she'll prove it through her actions over time. If she hasn't, she'll eventually show you her true colors again. And what if I'm wrong either way? What if I give her another chance and she hurts me again? Or what if I don't give her a chance and I lose someone who really could have been different? It was an impossible question, the kind that had no good answer. Derek was going to have to make a choice based on incomplete information, just like everyone else who'd ever been in love with the wrong person. Derek, the only person you can control in this situation is yourself. You can't make Jessica into someone different, and you can't know for certain what she's really thinking or feeling. All you can do is decide what kind of relationship you want and what you're willing to accept. What kind of relationship do I want? That's something only you can answer. But I will say this, you deserve someone who treats you and your family with respect from the beginning, not someone who only learns to be respectful when their access to your inheritance is threatened. Derek nodded slowly. I think I need to take a walk, clear my head. After he left, I sat in my kitchen thinking about Jessica's performance and what it meant for the future. She'd been good, very good, hitting all the right emotional notes and saying exactly what Derek needed to hear. But there had been something calculating about it. Something that felt more like a strategic retreat than genuine remorse. My phone rang around 4 o'clock. It was Margaret Chen, calling to check on how things were progressing. How did Derek take the news about the will? She asked. Better than I expected. I think he's starting to see Jessica more clearly, but she came by today and gave quite a performance. Now I'm worried she's going to convince him that she's changed. Has she changed? I don't think so. I think she's just gotten smarter about hiding who she really is. Margaret was quiet for a moment. Marge, I want you to be very careful. If Jessica is as manipulative as you think she is, and if she's as invested in this inheritance as she seems to be, she might escalate her tactics if she feels like she's losing control. What do you mean? I mean that some people, when they can't get what they want through manipulation, turn to more direct methods. Threats, harassment, even sabotage. I've seen it before in inheritance disputes. The word sabotage hung in the air between us. You think she might try to hurt me? I think you should be prepared for that possibility. I think you should take precautions to protect yourself and document anything unusual that happens. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Margaret's warning, about the look in Jessica's eyes when she told me our conflict wasn't over. I thought about all the true crime shows I'd watched over the years, stories of inheritances and family disputes that had turned deadly when someone felt desperate enough. Around midnight, I heard a car door slam in my driveway. I got up and looked out my bedroom window, but I didn't see any vehicle. The street was empty, lit only by the soft glow of the vintage street lamps that gave our neighborhood its charm. But I could have sworn I'd heard something. I went downstairs and checked all the locks, turned on the porch lights, and looked out every window. Nothing seemed out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. The next morning, I found my garden gate standing open. It was a heavy wooden gate with a complex latch that couldn't have opened on its own, and I always locked it at night. I walked through my garden carefully, looking for signs of disturbance, but everything seemed normal until I reached my herb beds. Someone had trampled through my lavender plants, the ones I've been growing for 5 years, the ones whose dried flowers went into the sachets that Jessica found so offensive. The plants weren't destroyed, but they were damaged, bent and broken in a way that looked deliberate rather than accidental. I called the police, though I didn't expect them to do much about damaged plants. Officer Martinez was sympathetic but practical. Without witnesses or cameras, Mrs. Hughes, there's not much we can do. Could have been kids, could have been an animal. Is anything missing? No, nothing's missing. It's just the damage to the plants. Well, keep an eye out for any other unusual activity. Sometimes vandalism escalates if people think they can get away with it. After Officer Martinez left, I called a security company and scheduled an installation for the following week. Cameras, motion sensors, a monitoring system that would alert both me and the security company if anyone tried to break in. It felt like overkill for damaged lavender plants, but Margaret's warning was echoing in my head. Derek came home that evening to find me in the garden, trying to salvage what I could of the damaged plants. He was horrified when I told him what had happened. You think someone did this on purpose? I think it's a very specific kind of damage to a very specific type of plant that someone recently called offensive. Derek's face went pale. You think Jessica did this? I don't know, but Derek, this is exactly the kind of escalation I was worried about. Jessica is feeling desperate, and desperate people do destructive things. But it's just plants, Mom. It's not like she hurt you or anything. This time, it's just plants. But what happens when damaging my garden doesn't make her feel better? What happens when she decides she needs to send a stronger message? Derek was quiet for a long moment, staring at the broken lavender stems in my hands. What should I do? You should decide whether you want to be with someone who might sneak into your mother's garden in the middle of the night to destroy plants out of spite. You don't know it was her. You're right, I don't know for certain. But Derek, think about it. Who else knows about my lavender sachets? Who else has made comments about hating the smell? Who else is angry enough with me right now to do something like this? Derek couldn't answer, which was an answer in itself. That night, I called Helen and told her what had happened. She was furious on my behalf and immediately offered to come stay with me for a few days. Honey, you shouldn't be alone if someone is trying to intimidate you, she said. I can be there tomorrow morning. That's sweet of you, but I don't think I'm in any real danger. I think Jessica is just acting out because she's feeling powerless. Marge, listen to me. I've seen women like this before, and they don't stop at garden vandalism. They escalate until they get what they want, or until someone stops them. Please be careful. The next few days passed quietly. Derek went to work as usual, and I went about my normal routine, though I found myself checking the locks more often and paying attention to every sound outside. The security system would be installed on Friday, and then I'd feel more secure. Thursday evening, Derek came home with news that made my blood run cold. Jessica called me at work today, he said, settling into his usual chair at the kitchen table. She wants to take me to dinner tomorrow night. She says she has something important to tell me. What kind of something? She wouldn't say. Just that it was important, and she wanted to tell me in person. Every instinct I had was screaming that this was a trap, that Jessica was planning something that would put Derek in an impossible position. Are you going to go? I think I have to. If I don't at least hear what she has to say, I'll always wonder. Derek, I want you to be very careful. Jessica is desperate, and desperate people don't always think clearly. What do you think she's going to do, Mom? Drug my dinner? He was joking, but his words sent a chill through me. I think she's going to tell you something that's designed to make you feel sorry for her and take her back. And I think you need to be prepared for that. Such as? I don't know. Maybe she's sick. Maybe she's pregnant. Maybe she's having financial problems and needs your help. Maybe she's been offered a job in another city, and this is her last chance to work things out with you. Derek looked startled. You think she'd lie about something like being pregnant? I think she'd lie about anything. She thought it would get her what she wants. That night, I barely slept again. I kept thinking about all the ways Jessica could manipulate Derek into taking her back. All the emotional weapons she had at her disposal. By morning, I made a decision that Derek wasn't going to like. I want to hire a private investigator, I told him over breakfast. A what? A private investigator. Someone to look into Jessica's background, her finances, her activities over the past few days. If she's planning something, I want to know about it before it happens. Derek set down his coffee cup with more force than necessary. Mom, that's crazy. You can't spy on my girlfriend. She's not your girlfriend anymore, Derek. She's someone who may have vandalized my property and is now trying to manipulate you into a relationship that could cost you everything. You don't know that she vandalized anything. You're right, I don't. Which is why I want to hire someone who can find out for certain. Derek stood up and began pacing around the kitchen. This is getting out of hand, Mom. You're talking about hiring private investigators and installing security systems because someone damaged some plants. Don't you think you're overreacting? Derek, 3 weeks ago, Jessica was talking about waiting for me to die so she could inherit this house. Last week she admitted that she's only been tolerating our family because it's financially convenient. A few days ago, someone destroyed plants that she specifically complained about, and now she's asking me to dinner with some mysterious important news. Does that really seem like a coincidence to you? Derek stopped pacing and looked at me with troubled eyes. What if you're wrong about all of this? What if Jessica really has changed, and I miss out on a chance to be with someone who could make me happy? And what if I'm right, and you end up married to someone who's been planning to manipulate and control you from the beginning? We stared at each other across the kitchen, both of us realizing that we'd reached a point where compromise wasn't possible. Derek was going to have to choose between believing in Jessica's transformation or protecting himself from further manipulation. And I was going to have to decide how far I was willing to go to protect my son from his own poor judgment. I'm going to dinner with her tonight, Derek said finally. But I promise I'll be careful, and if she says or does anything that seems manipulative, I'll walk away. And the private investigator? Derek was quiet for a long moment. If you feel like you need that for your own peace of mind, then do it. But I won't be part of it, and I don't want to know what they find unless it's something that can hurt you directly. It wasn't the answer I'd hoped for, but it was more than I'd expected. Derek was still giving Jessica the benefit of the doubt, but he was also acknowledging that my concerns weren't completely unreasonable. That afternoon, I called Margaret Chen and asked for a referral to a reputable private investigator. She gave me the name of someone she'd worked with before, a former police detective named Robert Santos, who specialized in background investigations and domestic disputes. Be careful what you ask him to look into, Margaret warned. There are legal limits to what private investigators can do, and you don't want to cross any lines that can come back to hurt you later. I called Robert Santos immediately and explained the situation in general terms. He was professional and thorough, asking questions about Jessica's full name, address, employment history, and social media presence. He explained that he could legally investigate her finances, her rental history, any criminal background, and her activities in public spaces, but that there were strict limits on things like phone records and private communications. What was that?
Ayan, malinis na rin yung tapos. Kasi ang magkakita. Lasa ako magulong. Ano nung kayo ka pa? Ha? ano ka? Baka may nagpapalito.
wala.
16.
Ah,
16.
wala pa tayong bitsigan niya klaro.
Papahangin lang ako.